Ah, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wherever you. Hope everyone's having a good day. I was gonna start stream like almost an hour ago. Ah, but I may have gotten the bright idea to play a round of Hololive, the Holocure game. Forgot how long a single round of that game is. That went well. But here we are. Is it gonna pick up game audio right away, or am I gonna have to fix it? Oh no, it picked it up right away. But I had fun with that. Now it's time to get into Genshin and get finished with the Archon story for now, I guess. Pretty sure we only have the first two acts. I'm assuming we're gonna get 2 more next patch. That's what they usually seem to do, is speed run the story. So we'll see what happens next patch with other stuff. But I'm very curious to see what happens. I'm also curious to do commissions there, which I believe I need to finish this to unlock commissions. So I guess starting tomorrow I'll be able to do commissions. I must have went to a statue. I'm just looking at Cookie's health. It's like, why is she so healthy? Not my music. But, that's probably just the day, yeah. What all do I have? Is there anything new, or is it just the survey? Oh, in the event. I'll have to take a look at that. That's a decent bit of Primo Gems for a web event? Wait, a web event giving 480? Since when? Since when has web events given that much? Oh, you know what? This is the returner event, isn't it? This is tell your friends to come back to the game and you get stuff. Let me check. Is this just a returner event? That would explain why it's so much. Yes, okay. It's to get your friends to come back to the game, and that's why you get so much, because it's for getting people to come back. Okay, so yeah, there's no way you're actually gonna get that unless you bring back a ton of friends. You can get some, though. Let's see, I'll claim that. I'll claim... Oh, can I not? Oh, I have 5. Okay, so and then I'd have to bring back more people to get more. I know you guys can't see this event because for some reason, even though they have an in-game browser, they opened it in my browser. But okay, so it's... But yeah, it's for people who haven't logged in the 2 weeks before the event. You can get them to come back, enter your code, you get some currency, you can use that currency to claim Primos. Oh, I didn't mean to claim all. Fuck. I'm gonna have to do this survey now. I need to remember to do this fucking survey. Yeah, I don't think it's so much that their player count is low. It's just that it's the same thing as 14, right? 14, a lot of players, they take breaks from the game and come back. It's a way of kind of using the players to help get other players to come back. It's like, hey, look, cool new event, new area. Bring your friends back. You get rewards, they get rewards. But I wish I didn't frickin'... claim all there. Oh well. I mean, I guess the survey's marked down here.
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work? Alright then, I'll teach you. Oh yes, I'll teach you alright.
I swear.
Mark my words.
This voice line just sounds like a threat. It's scary. Oh yeah, a lot of people make alts to abuse them, which is dumb. And they get away with it, and as far as I know, they don't really try to detect that sort of thing. And it's like, what's the point if that's just what everyone does? But, I don't know what daily that is. Is that... Oh, that's for the roots. Okay. What other dailies do I have? Chase the light. Beat up mushrooms. Let's beat up some mushrooms. Yeah, the verifying and stuff is definitely annoying. I don't know why it's so bad. Well, I mean, I can tell part of it. Part of it is they don't want bugs, but I guarantee you another part of it is they don't want people cheating. They're gonna try and detect any kind of, like, code mods or anything, because that's what they ban for. There's a bunch of people who do model swaps, and they don't get in trouble. They don't give a fuck about that stuff. All they care about is people trying to change the code of the game. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. I don't have a ranged character. Unless the game is really nice and just places them all beside me. Where? Oh. No, I missed it. There we go. But yeah, thankfully it's usually not that bad. And especially now that I made a second shortcut on my desktop to open the game in full screen windowed. It feels better to just open the game, because I just open the game directly. The game doesn't minimize itself anymore. Thankfully, the game is made in Unity, so you can use any global command line options that all Unity games have.
Time to scout.
I was totally ahead of that thing already, but whatever. Apparently didn't count. 2. Is there one in the desert? I feel blind. What the hell is that? I've never gotten one up here. An emergency? I've never had an emergency up here in the desert. That's new. I mean, it might not be new. I might just have never gotten it, but... Oh, I wonder... Because I didn't... I only just started the desert quest. I wonder if that's it. Though if... I don't know if you've done the desert quest, Neko, so maybe it's just luck. This is my only time ever seeing this. Oh, hey, it's one of the ladies in the loop. The pretty eremite. Okay, so I guess it's just luck. For a whole year, I've never seen it. Well, I guess not a whole year, because this area hasn't been out for the whole year.
Freeze to the core. Rack and ruin.
Hey, you can just blow up now. Bye. Think.
At least you were here to watch.
I was here to watch. Hello. But
Visibility is excellent.
I am curious to see where the story is going to go today. The detective work silliness last time was quite entertaining. Even if I did kind of solve it very early on. They're gonna bug me to do something. It's daily done. Oh, let's just jump down. Yeah, how's my Primos looking today, actually? 70. Maybe we'll get another pull today. We'll see. Trying to get Lenny. More importantly, trying to get dupes of the cat, but Lenny would be nice too. Gotta love these story commissions. I can't wait till next patch. For people who haven't heard, we're apparently getting a commission overhaul next patch.
The night is cold. No, my sword. Let me
And
crush.
basically, you don't have to do your daily commissions. You could do something else, like go collect 10 sweet flowers. Go do a domain, stuff like that, which is usually stuff you're gonna do anyway. But it's gonna be kinda similar to Star Route. You can choose to do 4 daily commissions. The 4 daily commissions will still spawn, but you just have to do 4 dailies a day, and you can choose to do like 2 daily commissions and then 2 of the challenges, or something like that. It's gonna be a much better system than what we have now. You can skip the long story ones like this one. Why not claim it Pier, I guess? Yeah. Like, some of the dailies I don't mind. I don't mind the fun little bouncing on mushrooms one in Sumeru. I don't know if we're gonna get some other fun, silly minigame ones in Fontaine. I'll have to get through the story and see what unlocks. Wait, what am I going there for? I need to go to Cath.
Ad Astra Abbot. Thank you.
But, like, I don't mind doing those fun, silly ones that are quick. It's just some of them are really annoying. And then some of them I just don't have fun doing. I don't like the defense ones. Especially with some teams, the defense ones just... most characters' rotations don't work. Because of how they spawn, and they're usually spread out when they spawn. So if I can choose to skip those, all the better. What stuff is available today? Cups? What are the cups for? The crafted spear. The crafted spear, the battle pass spear, and the crafted claymore. Well, I don't know if I'm going to be building any of those anytime soon. Ooh, that spear is actually pretty decent. Huh. I really need to look at some of these weapons closer. I glanced over them and saw like 2 or 3 that were really good, and I was like, oh my god, that's amazing! And then I didn't look at the other ones. But it is Cat's Day, so I guess we're going down under the sea. Do I want to condense to make this faster? Nah, this isn't too bad. But yeah, let's go spend my resin. Where are they? Come here. There's usually more than one. Oh, there's one. Oh, there's another one. Get over here. Darn crystal fly. This is my favorite domain now, because it has 3 crystal flies in front of it. And they're really easy to catch underwater, because I can swim up. Okay, let's fight the weird alien floaty thingies. And then story. Hi, friends.
Mine's a command. Rain outlines your fate. Huh? Witness it. Our bond is strong. Lightning, beg for mercy. Vengeance will be mine. Eye for an eye.
I want to be in the middle of them. Oh, it didn't kill it, but I hit it.
My guiding stars. No, my sword. Rain outlines your fate. Let me dissipate.
Wait, did the shield break instantly? Jeez.
Shudder.
Skill.
I condemn you.
It's probably the messiest run of this I have had.
No, my sword. Rain outlines your fate. Our bond is strong.
And that is gonna kill it right away. That was a lot of course. I need crystal flies, there's like 8 of them now. That's fair. There's a few places I've learned that have like 3 or 4 of them that you can just go to. There's a lot of them in the ocean though. They have added a lot of crystal flies all over the place in Fontaine. And it's so easy to get tons of them. Like, I think at the beginning of Fontaine, I had like 24 or something like that. It was like 20, 25. I have like 80 now. Like, they just came out of nowhere. Where? There, 103! It's even higher than I thought. Like, I don't even know where they came from. I've gotten so many in Fontaine. Just the last few days of playing and exploring, I've found so many. They're everywhere.
Don't be scared. Rain outlines your fate. Witness the power of Gook. Out of my way! Crush! Freeze to the core! Eye for an eye!
Why did she turn around? That was weird.
Shudder! The night is cold. No, my sword! Rain cutter! Stand with me! Crush! I condemn you!
Dead. That was a better run. See, now Cookie's health looks a little more normal. Berserk healer with no health.
Not now. Stars, shine for... Rain outlines your fate. Witness the power. Our bond is strong. Shudder. Flood of frost. Rack and ruin.
One more. That.
My guiding stars. Don't be scared. No, my sword. Rain cutter. Shudder.
I really need more teams like this that can literally just do a full combo on rotation. The sacrificial sword is just so good for Xingqiu. I can kind of understand why some people say for Yelan having her C1 is really good. Because it basically lets you play Yelan the same way I play Xingqiu. But I don't think that's worth the investment. At least not for me. I'm pretty sure Sacrificial Bow is only an 80% chance. So, for Yelan, who might only hit once with her skill, that might not trigger.
Stars, shine. No, my sword. Witness the power of good. Stand with me. Lightning, arrow. Beg for mercy. Vengeance will be mine. Rack and ruin. Don't be scared. Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword. Let me weave you. Our bond is strong. Shudder. I condemn you.
And dead. Get them to add to your teapot? Add what? Ooh, you know what I didn't think of? I wonder if the Fontaine house area... Oh, for crystal flies? But I wonder if the Fontaine house, like, teapot is gonna have underwater. That'd be really cool if you could decorate an underwater area. I'd really like that, actually. That might tempt me to switch my home to the Fontaine one. Especially if you could catch some of the underwater animals and put them in the water. Those frickin'... The frickin', sea otters that you can find underwater are way too cute. You've been putting off changing yours forever. I've been split on it because, like, I want to switch to a different one, but it's a bunch of work. And whenever I'm playing Genshin, I'd rather just grind out and build my teams because I have so much that I'm building. Where'd you go? Get over here.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me beg for mercy. Rack and ruin.
They must have been too far apart. They've barely taken any damage.
Don't be scared. Witness the power. Stand with me.
There we go. Down they go. But yeah, that's something that would probably actually tempt me, especially with all the puzzles and races and stuff you can make. If you could make, like, cool underwater races and things in your own teapot, that might tempt me. Let's do one more, and then we can go to look at the story. Oh my god, I actually didn't get enough energy.
Cole, mine to command.
Energy, please. Oh well.
Shudder. Freeze to the core. Eye for an eye. The odds are against us.
Imagine I can't freeze things and I don't And I take a lot more damage.
Our bond is strong. Out of my way. No, my sword. Let me read you a verse. Crush.
It's so hard seeing her scarf for her stacks.
My guiding stars, don't be scared. Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter. Dissipate. Beg for mercy. Crush.
I wish they would just put buff icons on the buff bar. They literally have a buff bar above the HP. But they put so little things on there. I wish they'd put character abilities and cooldowns and stuff on there. It'd be nice to just see that, oh, you have 2 stacks of... I don't remember what it's called. For Eula's skill. It's just written there at the bottom of the screen. But nope. Apparently not allowed. What are they called again? Rimheart. But no, you gotta look at her scarf. You gotta see if the 2 scarves are both glowing. But there's that. Which means time to continue the story. Time to do Act 2. Which means we go into dinner. If I remember right, it's in the restaurant right here. Yeah. So we going to dinner, I believe with Navia? I think it was Navia that invited us to dinner. And I mean, nothing is happening in Poisson. Nothing is happening there. And it looks like a pirate town, and as far as we know, she's the leader there. Something tells me we're doing something with Poisson, but I don't know. Could be totally wrong. Yeah, that's genuinely what it feels like. Genshin just doesn't listen to the players, and then Star Rail has all the fixes in it.
But stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Paimon is a vacuum and will eat anything. Don't worry.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Got some croissants and breadsticks. Looks like a pork chop. Some chicken, potatoes. Actually, both those have potatoes. I'm not entirely... That almost looks like it could be a lasagna. And then some soups. I don't know what this thing is. I don't know if that's supposed to be some sort of sliced meat, or if that's supposed to be a cake.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you
Oh,
like.
it's bread.
If the food's
It's
good,
it's
I'll
probably
make
like
a group
garlic bread.
reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only 1 dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Certainly worth celebrating.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Oh boy.
Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food.
Yeah, it kind of looks like lasagna. Super godlike metabolism. I mean... Paimon keeps saying it's difficult and drains energy to fly, so that's probably where her energy goes. Traveler just... I mean, look at our gameplay, right? But they do a lot. I don't know about the normal people.
Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
I mean, I feel like we can also add that we now know the prophecy probably comes from them.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations,
Can't solve the case
even
that
the
fast,
smallest step
Paimon.
can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off.
We got a few months of content to go.
To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exists. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through. Where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right?
Kinda curious.
Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
We wanted to ask the Hydro Archon for some information, but we haven't had much opportunity to do
That's
so.
true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Oh boy. Pirate Lady's gonna get us in trouble.
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play, don't you think?
Oh no.
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We have
Act
to go
2.
learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
We get an acting mini game. We have to do a play.
Alright, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
This woman's ideas are nuts. The hell?
I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Valid point. I overlooked that part.
She overlooked
Thinking
getting
about leveraging
arrested.
a person's desire for sleep.
You overlook something like that.
All right, no more joking around. Huh. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
Worth a
Why
try.
don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon.
Oh no.
Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Eat your cake. Why is there 4 cake slices, by the way? Everything else has been in 3s, but there's 4 slices of cake and 2 cups of apparently Fanta.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't
I was
recommend
assuming it was
Fanta
coffee,
anyway.
but...
It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Drink also
Is
tastes
that
that way.
so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia.
So she gave us an idea on how to talk to the Archon. And assuming she goes back home, maybe we can do more in Poisson. Maybe it unlocks a world quest. Barely floating. Could try floating a little lower.
Can't you see Paimon's barely an inch off the ground?
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're left with...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
You spend too much money.
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Seems that was pretty tough for her.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your request the highest priority. In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya!
Girl's crazy. She just spent a shit ton of money she didn't have. But, I mean, she made connections. For the Fountain Plaza in front of the Opera House. Thinking of how much do I have of... not quite enough. Let's see how this goes. Something tells me we might run into, like, Clorinde or something if we're trying to harass the Archon on her break. Are we gonna get a gun pointed at us?
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Okay, yeah, why do we keep hearing this name?
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Yes, and it's clearer than it was during the day. I still say I remember seeing that name, Vache, before. I wonder if it was a Lockfolk name.
That's kind of spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache? Vache.
Hey, Why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the
I
water.
feel strong emotions.
Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right? Hey, traveler? Stop walking!
Sleepy.
Come on, wake up!
Splash, we gonna fall in the fountain? Oceanid? Question mark? Yes, it's a bloody oceanid. We can see it. Apparently we're going for a swim. That didn't look like a very deep fountain, but we appear to be underwater. Where's this?
Vache, are you my dear Vache?
Nope, sorry. Not me.
No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
Afraid not.
I'm...
Ow. Hi,
Wait.
Shara.
Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know.
Huh. They forgot themselves.
My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered.
Huh. Interesting that that lines up with the prophecy, too.
How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
You were once human?
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore.
Makes you wonder if all of the Lockfolk are just people that ascended to becoming what they are from humans. Maybe like extra life given to them by an Archon, like the previous Archon. You lost your form.
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
They did say that all waters come to this place, so it could be one of the people that dissolved. Light blue water, could that have been? Could she be one of the girls who were dissolved?
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me, and I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be.
Do you need me to find him?
No, our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories.
That's not entirely true. But that's interesting. So the people don't just dissolve into water. They literally, like, become Lockfolk almost. That's interesting.
The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters.
You know that.
If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
I believe it'll be hard for him to forget you.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
That means Vache was a witness to the fact you dissolved.
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
Huh. That's so interesting. Seems after the body is dissolved, some measure of the consciousness still remains.
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
Paimon? Alright. I wonder how much time has passed in
Farewell,
reality.
then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
I'm half expecting... Oh. What? What the hell? Oh, that was interesting. Well, Navia's a badass. Looks like she has an ability to enchant her sword. This is a Geo character. Oh, she's using White Blind. So she's probably scaling off defense.
It's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
What the hell are they doing? Oh. Man, they're hyping up these characters. Some of these aren't coming out for like 3 to 5 months, but you know what? Cool as hell. They're gonna be rude, aren't they? They're gonna release Chlorind on the same patch as Farina, and I'm gonna hate the hell out of it, because I'm gonna want both. She's a 5-star Noelle? Might be. Hopefully better. We'll see what happens. Because she's the first Geo character in over a year and a half, right? So, we'll see. Chlorind is Electro.
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I mean, she's the Archon's personal guard. The Archon's probably here, I would assume.
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
Huh.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
I'm seeing a ship here. I've already seen people draw art of these two together, and I think I'm starting to see why.
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same.
Yeah, like, apparently all the robots just came to kill us when we passed out.
Do not speak of my father.
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Chlorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law.
Aw.
I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
Yay, corruption! Happens everywhere.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clarant. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
Is nobody gonna pay attention to the fact that I passed the fuck out beside the fountain? Is no one gonna inquire about that?
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, I just... She's...
Just happened.
Thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us!
Is this when I turn to her and say, you know, some people would call that stalking?
Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, so you're a fighter now, Paimon.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That
I want
wasn't really a
Paimon to learn how to
farewell meal
fight.
we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast.
So long as you can afford it.
As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
Silver.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I understand, the mouth movements are synced to the Chinese. So if you use the Chinese voice, then it lines up. But for some reason, they didn't add the Star Rail mouth tracking to this game, which I'm confused about. Because as far as I know, Star Rail's mouth tracking is done dynamically based on the voice lines, so it works for all languages. They could have done that here. Why didn't they do that in Genshin? I feel like a lot of people would have liked that. I know it's Genshin, but like, they already have the code. It's literally the same company. I don't know.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up
Oh,
in the nick of
do I
time.
get the option? Do I get the option to call her a stalker?
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing.
Congrats, Paimon, you screamed.
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky.
Wait, do you mean that?
Fanta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So you're just... Basically, Paimon just saved Navia's life. If Navia drank that, she would have turned into a puddle. That is what I am getting from that.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes, so if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Imagine being a glutton and stealing someone's drink, and people are like, "We are going to celebrate your achievement." Only Paimon. Only Paimon.
Huh. Really?
Stack Overflow would be a fucking downgrade. Don't get me wrong, there is some nice tips on Stack Overflow, but there are some programmers on that website that are very full of themselves and give very bad advice. Stack Overflow is like the center of the whole premature optimization bullshit. Fortunately, Paimon, neither of us are from
I
Fontaine.
sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
Waterlands is full of some shady shit going on? Yeah? It almost seems like Fontaine... A lot of people just said that, oh, Fontaine is France, right? But it seems like, because we've seen some Italian dishes too, it seems like Fontaine is like a cross of France and Italy. We'll see. I don't know if I've seen anything Spanish yet, but like, it's probably like a mix of multiple countries from Europe. But it seems like there could be just a bunch of mafia shit going on. Just underground people policing the citizens and controlling the citizens.
What? Why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Lenny in court and help clear his name.
Paimon, we also
Really
caught
good
one of their
business
operatives trying to
deal,
test their
aren't we?
water some more.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process.
We also found one of their victims. Are we going to talk about that, please? Please, can we talk about the victim? Yeah, most of the countries aren't based off a single one, that is true. Sumeru was based off quite a few.
Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
According to Lynette, the ability to hear voices like that has to do with one's sensitivity to the hydro element.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
I also gained some new intel. Yay! The Traveler is learning! They're not keeping secrets! Thank you! Jesus Christ. I also gained some new intel.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
The voice in the fountain belonged to one of the missing women. A person named Vache was a witness when she dissolved.
Oh, that is important.
You tell everyone about what happened while you were connected to the Oceanid's consciousness.
That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
If he's still alive, we should try searching for him.
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
By we, you mean us too, right?
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
I'm kind of involved at this point. They fucking spiked my drink.
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right?
Believe it or not, someone spikes my drink and sends robots to try and kill me? I want to get back at them. Yeah, I kind of wonder if there's a way to. But even if, like, if anything, is there a way for them to actually become lockfolk? Like, proper lockfolk? And just live a new life that way? But yeah, I don't know.
And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you,
Yeah,
Traveler?
see, this is... No. Messing with us will cost them. This will prove to be their biggest mistake.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
She's so happy.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you.
Okay. So we going to Poisson?
We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Oh? Is this the achievement you were talking about, Shara? Linek and Foliovis? I'm probably pronouncing that horribly. Hear the Oceanids call and connect with their consciousness. They would be in river water? That's an interesting... Huh. If I were river water, okay. That is not Poisson. I thought we were going to Poisson. Oh wait, are we going underground? That'd actually be kind of cool. Though that looks like a building, so maybe not. I don't know. We'll find our way there. So I guess, as we were saying, there's some France here, there's some Italy, maybe there's some Hungarian influences in Fontaine. Lots of influences. Food, artifact. But likely not under. Oh yeah, it would have a layer mark. Oh! I think it's under. I guess we just go to the entrance. Though, wait. There's an entrance over here. There's an entrance, I think... I don't remember this one. Where does this go? This might not be the same Undercity.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Huh, very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, Traveler.
Okay. Well, it is another entrance to the Undercity. I feel like, I swear, I've seen two already. Is this really the one I found first? I thought they both looked like that one, but I guess not. Maybe this is the one I found originally. I love how it actually expects you to take the ladders. No, thank you. I will plummet. And I will never climb out of these places. Ever. Stamina makes leaving this place. Teleport only. Never will I do anything but teleport.
More speed.
Wait. Okay, we are going to the actual place. I was kind of hoping we'd go to Poisson, but maybe later. The Undercity is a cool place, though. We were here the first day of Fontaine. I knew it existed, I had to go here, so I came right away. Yeah, we've already heard about the kind of stuff. We went through this message board. Warning anyone, if you like lore, read the message board. It's really cool. Learned a lot about Fontaine. There is probably like 30-40 messages to read here. We were sitting here for like 30 minutes on the launch day. Just fair warning. It'll take a while.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Oh, be nice, Paimon. It's cool as hell.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Thank you.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father... He was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Also, something I didn't do. Thinking of translations. What is Spina de Rosula? Rosethorn. Okay.
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No, I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand.
Huh. It's interesting, because when I saw trailers and saw characters teased and stuff, I didn't think much of Navia. I thought, oh look, it's a pretty lady with a vision. But they've actually made her a really interesting character.
My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Was it Clorind that did it?
Oh no.
Would explain why Clorind feels guilty?
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
Do you have any clues why?
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
It's entirely possible they were threatening Navia. Or they were using Navia as weight against him.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
In truth, for the sake of your family, Traveler's gonna feel an affinity with her. You know, we're quite alike, like in this regard.
Mademoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
There's no good translation to it. Fair.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master
Yeah,
Callus's
I thought so.
opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
I guessed that one.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
No wonder the mood was a little strange between the two of you.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Ms. Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Ms. Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
And that indicates that he intended to die in that duel.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right, anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
No, it's alright. I understand how important this is to you.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah, Paimon's feet.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly. Whether it be responsibility for Spina di Rosula or Master Callus's death, it all landed on Demoiselle's shoulders so suddenly. This won't do. I must become stronger.
Anyone else still around? Doesn't look like it. Peaceful night passes. Bruce's protection.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
I wonder if this is the original person. If it was an accident. I mean, we already know that the girl who became a Lockfolk basically was an adventurer. I wonder if the two of them were exploring and she willingly drank this water, not knowing what would happen.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept.
Well, we gotta bug him now.
Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently. We should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Seems a little nervous about this. Did I just unlock a side quest? That's the one up above. And I am not climbing out of here, so let's teleport.
The Palais is right up ahead. Come on.
We found this place on day one and I didn't enter. I wasn't sure where the story started. But big place. Where do these go? Oh, not allowed. Doesn't matter. Oh. Yeah?
Note, please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Neuvillette's files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
I love these guys.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
A full team of them? Well, as far as we know, we're only getting one of them playable.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Ah, thanks so much.
Oh boy, are we gonna get in trouble for this? They're so cute, though. Let's get in trouble.
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
At least he's understanding. He's very understanding considering his position.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Huh.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
This man just gets down to business. Yeah, what the fuck? I don't know what I expected from him, but huh. Three years
Unfortunately,
later.
I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years.
Huh.
There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Mm. So we're back to square one.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
I doubt it. You heard it too.
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Can we
We'll take
tell
our
him
leave
what
now.
I saw?
Ahem.
Yeah, I think he's gonna want an explanation now. Please, can we give him an explanation? Please?
Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should.
His friggin' eyes are haunting, too. I'm still wondering if he's what's left of their dragon. It just makes sense.
It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear.
I'm really curious to get his story quest. I'm assuming we're getting it next patch.
If you truly regret my father's death,
Then why didn't you call a stop to the duel?
Putting that new face decoration tech to work. It looks like they improved it a little too.
Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
I want to tell him what I saw. I really want to tell him what I saw. God damn it. I really want to know more about him, though.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
He has to be the dragon. He has to be the dragon. She just made him feel guilty. She walked out. He's crying now, so it started raining. He has to be apathetic or the weather goes crazy. He has to be the dragon.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
We've already heard that when the dragon cries, the nation of Fontaine has rain. It has to be him.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Rain.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Your father's case, was he outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
There was something you didn't know at the time.
Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
The fact that people can be turned into water.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then got washed away with the rain? Yeah, and if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Can we go give the sad dragon a hug? I get that you're mad at him, but can we go give the sad dragon a hug?
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
Go first, I'll join you later.
Alright, then I'll wait for you at Poisson.
Straight up raining. Can we go in and see him again? Like, I've had my theories, but that basically proves it, right? Like, it's not gonna let me in, is it? Hello. Oh, I want to give him a hug. I know he probably doesn't give a fuck about a hug, but Jesus Christ. Oh, it has to be, right? Like, it doesn't make sense any other way. Nuvalet has to be the dragon. The man, seemingly, assuming this body is supposed to be like him, he pulled a fucking Zhongli. Jeez. Okay. Let's keep going. Yeah. Hi? Oh, okay, I just had to wait.
Whoa! What a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
Paimon, that's not what you call anchored. That's closer to what you'd call beached, except that we're below sea level, so that's confusing too.
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
I think I'm starting to get why you like it.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Oh my gosh, Paimon.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Oh boy, we have to make it all the way to the ship. Running, running, running. Yeah. I know I've started doing the quest line down here. And them referring to father, 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 and I had a feeling it was him. But yeah, he has to be the dragon. At Nouvellette leaks? Not much.
We're back.
I've seen a tiny bit of like animation stuff, whatever, but I don't look at story leaks at all. I'll never look at story leaks. I'm just piecing things together from what I've seen in the game so far.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners.
A lot of new characters are broken. Like almost all the new characters are really, really good. Like, Linny is really good so long as you build him well. Does a decent amount of damage, and he's a good archer. As much as some people are memeing on him, but people like to meme on so many gimmicky characters. Real Thessaly should be a pretty good DPS. Again, gimmicky. I'm sure people won't like him as much, but... But we'll see. See, the nice thing is that some of that power creep goes back into older characters, because a lot of it is through gear and... Like, it's through gear, it's through weapons, and it's through buffs. And I'm still waiting for the Archon. Because I've heard rumors of what the Archon. There's been no official. Of course, no official, but there's been no major leaks of the Archon's kit. There have been really old leaks that some people have said, oh, the Archon might do this, but we don't know for sure. Once we know for sure, that'll probably explain it, but if the leak from months ago is true about the Archon, about Farina and what she'll do, she is going to completely change the game. And she's going to completely change how you could play some old characters. But we'll see. I'm fine. For the most part, until you get characters that affect other characters. And I think that's the biggest thing we've been missing. A lot of characters are very self-contained other than reactions. That's why I'm excited for, I'm really excited to see what happens with the Archon. Because if the Archon's buff is something that affects the full team in how it works, it allows gear that wouldn't normally work on other characters to be used on them. Because for people, again, this is something I heard months ago, but the rumor was that the Archon would basically cause the whole team to lose life for some sort of buff. Which means that new set could be used on any DPS. Because everyone's going to be losing life, which means everyone can get the crit buff from that set. And you could build some memey new builds that just wouldn't be possible without using the Archon. And I hope they make more buff characters that do similar things. But we'll see.
You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Malus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
The Mastermind be the same person?
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson.
Okay. And synth, as far as we know, is diluted waters of the primordial sea. Yeah. Like, Nahida completely changed the game for some characters. I'd say, again, in my opinion, she didn't make the Dendro Traveler irrelevant, thankfully, because that's still a good traveler to use. But she definitely is better for most teams. But yeah. She enabled characters that were struggling in the past. And I mean, heck, I use Yai with Nahida a lot. People have seen it. I'm curious to see how the new Archon will change the game. What old characters are going to suddenly become crazy?
At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance.
I love how they literally created a fake drug for Genshin without it being a real life drug. It's just this magical stuff that we know as something dangerous now. Interesting way to
As
do
he
it.
oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all.
Oh my gosh, Bree.
Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
How are people that airheaded? I mean, I guess they didn't see anything like it before. But yeah, no, there's a bunch of clothing on the ground. Oh no, there was just 2 people there. The clothing is just weird. They could have belonged to someone who got solved.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With 1 extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Maybe your father got into an argument with Jax, but it's also possible that the third person was to blame.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Yeah, we don't know how they make the drug. But I don't know. It could also just be some faction that's against the current Archon, because that's the prophecy, right? The prophecy is the people will be washed away, lose their memories, and all that'll remain is the Hydro Archon alone on her throne. It seems very much to target the Archon, like this is being done to get revenge on the Archon. And we already know the Lock folk and a lot of others loved the previous Archon. So this could be someone or something. It could even be Lockfolk, right? It could be an Oceanid. A spiteful Oceanid that's trying to get back at the Archon. Which is kind of messed up because it's not like the new Archon chose to be an Archon, right? A similar case to what happened in Sumeru, but a little different.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
I'm kind of worried that the old guy might be involved. That I could be totally off base. I could be totally off. But I'm worried that this guy could be involved.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, Demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
Okay, maybe he's gonna prove me wrong.
So you do know something else, Malus.
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
He did it to protect her.
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live.
I don't need feels right now. I was just tearing up being sad for the crying dragon, and now we gotta feel bad that she's gonna find out the truth.
And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you.
No, hearing all this stuff makes me change my opinion right away. I questioned him earlier, but this makes me think that he isn't.
Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina de Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
Until today, or I guess yesterday, they did try. Thankfully, she was saved by Paimon's silliness.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword.
That is worded so fucking well. Again, when I saw this character in the trailer, when I heard info about them, saw stuff about them, I thought, again, parasol is a good description. I thought she was just gonna be little princess, she has a vision, she's living the high life. Nah?
If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
Yeah. He gave you the choice to live how you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Huh. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters.
Is it the research facility? Or what remains of it?
When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
Not if it's a government facility, Paimon.
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war.
Yeah?
The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Yeah?
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
I'm worried about this guy. After all this stuff, I'm seeing flags pop up. He's dumped his secrets.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new?
I
in the
do
past
think
few
if
years?
anything happens to a major character in Fontaine's story, if any of the major story characters dissolves, there has to be a way to reverse it. Yeah, pretty much. It's basically just a big stalemate of waiting for who takes the first move. Which I guess technically they took the first move. They tried to poison us.
Let me think. One conclusion I came to is that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here.
Ooh, it couldn't be Silver, could it? That would suck.
When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be
This
innocent.
man's fucking
If the
clever. I
vendors
like
packed up
him.
and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people.
Oh.
The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
What is this, Confrérie?
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence.
I feel like these first 2 are a bait and the third one's gonna be the real one, but who knows?
In the beginning,
Could
they
be
were
all of
only
them.
reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards.
Well, that sounds somewhat suspicious.
Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
I mean, there's ways to try and catch people
You're
like
too
this,
kind,
but...
my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Yeah.
Aw, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Leave it to me.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
I have a funny feeling it's gonna end soon. We might have more to go, but this would be a really good place for them to end Act 2 as, hey, this is what you have to look forward to for the next few patches. This is a really good teaser. But it could be longer, we'll see. Looks like it might be. Years ago on a rainy night, banquet goers heard 2 gunshots outside. I see we're still using the investigation system thing again. When they reached the scene, Callus had a gun in his hand. Jack had been shot and slain. Based on the investigations done there was no possibility that anyone else could have done the deed and escaped. And Callus was thus adjudged to be the culprit. We'll see how much more this does, but I feel like we're getting close to a point that would be a good ending, though it also feels like it's been a little short, so I don't know. But we've had a lot of big lore reveals and stuff.
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
It is very suspicious.
Oh,
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Let's not bother her right now.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
She understands better than you do.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. And to all of us.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callus came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Wait, does that mean someone ordered Jack to take out Callus?
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing?
Never said he was the bad guy. He was a victim.
Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Protect you.
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me.
That line had a
will
big
definitely
impact on
find
her.
the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Jack silently believes that he had struggled greatly with the order to kill Callus. Did Callus act in self-defense, or was there more to the incident? Well, we already know there was a third person there.
I'll leave my husband's case to you.
Thank you, Miss Spina, and Miss Spina's friend.
Hey, we have a new title. Miss Spina's friend.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
So this is when we tell each of them a different version of the story and see which version of the story gets to the enemy. That's the easy way to figure them out.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House? Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation.
Was there a hole in the clothes there?
Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
Very possible.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
I wonder how many people he told that he was sick.
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything, once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula. and live the life I lead today.
I haven't heard anything suspicious from this guy yet.
No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Lord, the advisor of Spina de Rosula, claimed that he was very grateful to Callus for his kindness. He was also present at the banquet on the day of the case and can provide evidence that Callus did not carry a gun with him when he went out. What? I was expecting everyone would be here, but apparently not. Thierry was the third person they mentioned, right? Where was the merchant?
Hey, Thierry! It's me!
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't actually look at the symbol on their hats. I thought it was an anchor. It's two Melusine. It's two Melusine back to back holding hands. It's interesting. I wonder why.
Oh, so you've got news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you
Yeah,
sure
I
there's
said
not a
this
little
was
bit
the
of
third
truth
one
in
they
that?
brought up. This guy
Under
seemed the
normal
most
circumstances,
suspicious.
shouldn't you have been
Which
called back
also
to the
makes
city
me
already?
wonder if he's a bait, right? Like, he seems the most suspicious, but he could be completely innocent. Though I think it would be kind of boring if they just went with, oh, the greedy merchant was the bad guy, because that's a very, very common trope. It'd be nice if the merchant was actually just the guard, but I don't know.
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city.
And so he has some financial investment in this too.
Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch
That's
Gardener's?
a interesting question.
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically
Oh
wanted
my
to do
God.
something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Okay, I know he's sus as fuck, but don't tell it to his face. Holy shit. This woman has no fear. the hell? You might as well have just pulled out a gun and pointed it at his head.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very
Yeah,
different
right,
from
Bree? It's like, what the
controlling them.
fuck?
If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units.
Interesting. That is something we learn, at least. Yeah, but like we said, right? That we're currently in a bit of a cold period for this conflict. You provoke the wrong person, you cause an all-out war. That...
They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Makes sense.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia.
Okay, so they are definitely setting this up to make it sound like it's the merchant. Greedy merchant wanted more money.
Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Here is a person responsible for official contact between Spina di Rosula and the guards. According to him, only the sufficiently rich can privately own large numbers of Gardamex. I guess. I don't know. I still think that's... still think she's pushing a little too hard. But I think my food is ready. So, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll leave you guys with some music. I'm going to go grab my food, go washroom, quick break, and then we'll come back and see how far this goes. I still think that the teaser that they gave earlier would have been a really good end, but I guess they want to actually give us a bit more story first, which I'm okay with that too. But yeah, enjoy the music. I will be right back. Nah. Ah, hello, widow. Back. Stop that music. I have obtained chicken, potatoes, some salad. I'm always confused when I'm playing Genshin. I'll grab my controller and it's like, wait, I don't play that. I have been pinged. Why am I being pinged? Did you actually send me something you want me to see?
Aristocratic etiquette.
Ah,
is
you
all
made it.
just for
You made
show.
it to Fontaine.
Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the
Yay.
rules by heart, but even I don't take
Welcome
it
to the
seriously.
land of water. Thankfully, you can't drown. Have fun in the water. But yeah, just beat up a bunch of robots for the gear pieces, and then the berries. You can use the maps. There's a bunch over here. There's 2 bushes over here somewhere. I think it was over here. There's some up on this mountain. And then there's a bunch all over the place over here. Map's probably the best place to find them. But yeah, her materials aren't that bad to get, especially once you get the teleport points. I did not understand. Yeah. And especially in Sumeru, a lot of those require you to do world quests to be able to do them anyway. Who needs an elevator? I have gravity. Whee! Nope. Oh, is Marcel gonna be underground? Oh, no.
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just...
Sure.
Ah,
I will
God
let
damn
him
it.
know
I
right
accidentally
away.
canceled it. We're waiting for a while. Marcel arrives in a hurry.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
This guy is now the most suspicious. Because for the person that was at the case to have instantly been gotten, right? I'm assuming there was something in his hat or whatever that triggered the reaction. But someone had to have been watching that could trigger that to happen. To punish him for ratting them out. And this guy was there watching. So he potentially could have pulled the trigger.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Sorry, Paimon. It's how it is.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Interesting.
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
This man just keeps getting more and more suspicious. There is some Zelda-style mechanics where you can drain water in some areas. You can change. I mean, it happened in Leeway, right? But Leeway, there was a domain underwater, not a teleport point. But yeah, there's ways to drain water in a few places. Although there's also a few glitches that you can get down there without draining the water. And then you can just teleport to the bottom of the water.
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
She's doing the right thing, though. She's talking about different things with each of them. And so if we find out that the enemy knows about something, what they know tells us who was the rat.
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel.
As far as we know, money doesn't help that much in the court here, does it?
I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory.
This guy keeps bringing up his age, and we already know he's like some rich merchant. Probably values power and money. So, I don't know. This man has so many flags on his head. So many.
I was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Marcel is the leader of the Confrérie de Cabrières, and was the organizer of the banquet years prior. The Confrérie and Spina di Rosula have always maintained close working relationship. Though his recollection of the events in the case is quite foggy, he is willing to defend Navia.
Alas, why do these kinds of things happen to the kindest people?
And again, as much as I'm still not sold on the idea anymore, it's entirely possible it could be the old guy and he's framing 3 people, right? But, I don't know. Have I checked this shop yet? They sell Fanta! Where are we going? Up there? Police doggies, yeah. Little police poodles. They're everywhere. There's another one. Look at the little doggy. Of course, the biggest crime, we still can't pet them.
We've talked to all 3 suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
Is she gonna ask us to guess, or does she have an opinion?
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Two of them seem somewhat potential, but none of them stood out as an obvious suspect.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start?
Alright. Jack's motive.
Ah, you're right!
Or
Flora mentioned
Jock's.
that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
If I was Jax, I wouldn't have fired a shot at all.
And why is that?
Did he guarantee his family's safety after killing Callus?
Oh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection from my father.
Seems the third person was the one who derailed everything.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Marcel?
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of Mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Maybe it was someone else. Are we just gonna go through everybody? But yeah, I mean, using money to make yourself look innocent would make sense, though. Doesn't really make sense for Florent, too, I don't think.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use. But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Maybe it was someone else. Okay, the guy that seemed the least suspicious. I mean, that's always who it is, isn't it? You have a bunch of possible suspects. The one with the least suspicion is the one that ends up being the one.
Florent?
It seems like we're
It
forced
is
to go
true
through
that
all
he
three.
was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Mecha army.
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly.
I mean, he doesn't have to if he's just an informant.
Who could it be?
Oh, are we doing the thing? Are we doing voice-acted thinking mode? I think. Oh, no, we're going to this. Claimed that he was very grateful. Hmm. Are we... Which of the three suspects is most likely to have committed the crime? It's so funny, right? Because, like... Interesting looking model. Basic as fuck. It's always the basic NPCs that end up being evil, so it makes me think it's gonna be this guy, but I still think the merchant's the most likely. The merchant would also have access to the ingredients used in the restaurant and set us up with a poison drink.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Mm-hmm.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
He is someone who's very close to you, after all.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Isn't the production base?
Yes. Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh?
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Oh?
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
Is it Chlorind? Has Chlorind been set up?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a fatigued
Oh!
harbinger
No,
called
Tertalia. Why? A child?
What? Is that someone you know?
I may have his vision? The man's nuts? And red flags scare me?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
By who?
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right. Because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah. And it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
I really want to give him his vision back. I really want to give him his vision back. Yeah, I could see it cutting off around here too. And part 3 is his case. Let's split up.
Split up? What do you mean?
You can go to News while I go to investigate that place.
Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the
I feel like we shouldn't be telling this person, but at the same time, if they're ready for us, we found you out, but I don't know.
I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
Leave it to me.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Lenny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
Yeah, please protect her. It's interesting we haven't seen Silver for a while.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then!
The thing I hate, though, is that, like, as much as Silver is kind of suspicious, I feel like they went out of their way to make Silver look suspicious. There's no way it can be him, right? The man is a quiet guy, doesn't like talking, wears shades all the time so you can't look at what he's looking at. Like, I feel like they did everything they could to make him suspicious. I don't know. Finding the information regarding the Gardamex investigation results so far, it can be concluded that there's only one person who can have a large number of Gardamex in his possession and run the synth business without leaving traces. The person is none other than Marcel.
Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
No, Neko. I think you got it backwards. We're investigating the place like their head. We're leaving them to investigate the courtroom. Yeah, I finished most of the puzzle stuff here. It's supposed to be here? Is it like an underwater facility?
Huh.
Oh, yep.
According to entrance.
Is it gonna be... I don't think I saw anything that stood out to me as an entrance. Hey, you. Give me your ability. Thank you. Uh-oh. Animal angry at me. Run. Well, that... Actually, no. That looks like just a random ruin that... We've seen puzzle bases like that. Maybe we're not quite there yet? Oh, nope. They're making it look like it's that. Okay.
Finally found it. Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth
I
production
swear I've
base.
gone into that little building
Sure
before.
doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
Well, they don't want it to stand out.
Ah, you're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
Meanwhile, inside the opera, Epicles.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right?
Did this guy do this on purpose?
In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
She doesn't sound very confident in her ability to fight.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
I wonder if he was set up.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man.
Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics?
Fair.
We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
Oh god, is she gonna jump right on him?
And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
Marcel.
That person is...
Oh, we get to choose. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabriere.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial.
We actually gonna do the whole trial, or... Sometime a shocked and confused Marcel is brought to the stands.
Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father?
No, I think the one that killed her father's dead, and you probably pulled the trigger.
Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Yeah.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
Oh boy.
On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabriere. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived,
So we have
at
to
the
change
scene,
the
they
perspective.
found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel.
Phone. I have a funny feeling because this whole thing, anytime you pick the wrong person, it's like, that doesn't sound right, or someone would tell you that it didn't sound right, like Paimon did in the first one. I'm assuming it would have eventually led you to this guy. It'd be interesting if there was multiple versions of the court case, and if there was multiple versions of the court case, that means either multiple of them are guilty, or none of them are guilty. But I feel like it probably has to be this guy. He's the only one that really made sense from everything we learned.
Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
No, he didn't have a gun on him.
Something.
Really? That's not the one to use? Okay, it might want us to do that. Testimony from his family.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility, and had sent out another assassin.
Found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun. After conducting a reinvestigation, it is now certain that Callus did not bring a gun with him. Moreover, details of the case point towards the possible existence of a third person to close.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead.
No third person on the scene, but it turns out there's a method that can cleverly cover up the killer's tracks. The water.
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
Machine really likes us right now. Of course, they haven't contested yet. But...
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime.
Nonetheless, like, dude.
If you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. 1. Do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
People like this need to just shut the fuck up.
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Poor Farina.
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
Yeah.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callis explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist.
Fair.
But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
I wonder if it's gonna start raining again.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand.
She didn't want to.
I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callis was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callis never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callis. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots.
Oh, that makes so much sense. So the water was triggered, because we already know they could trigger the water remotely, right? So there must have been, a hat with the water in it. They waited for 2 gunshots and then triggered the water to get rid of the assassin. But the gun was stolen, so they didn't realize that they fucked up.
And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Don't know what you can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
Yeah, but doesn't have to be the start of it.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Oh? Oh? Why'd he react to the name?
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
A little while earlier at the entrance to the synth production base. Okay, back to us. So he reacted to the name. That's interesting. Okay, and this is after we've gone in. You know, I'm kind of curious. Is there any chests or anything down here? They like putting missable chests in these frickin' dungeons for some reason. Okay, that has literally a barrier. Also literally a barrier. Okay, no, there's nothing down here. Good to know. Yeah? It's interesting, because it's true that we don't have enough evidence really to convict him. He's just the most likely. But it is interesting that he reacted to that when she said the name. Because I said it earlier, right? That it's very likely Vacher might be one of the originals. Like, he might be from one of the first cases. And that the first case was literally an accident.
Not now. Stars, shine.
No, my sword.
But, okay.
Stand with me. Shudder.
Alright, I don't need that much for these. Anything else in here? What's that? Is that just a reflection of the light, probably? A statue with a sword. And that's the same sword that the Archon was holding, right? I did say before that it could be people that are targeting the current Archon because they believed in the old one. Huh.
More speed.
Let's see what happens. Oh, it's an elevator.
Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Huh. I'm really curious about that. Oh! It doesn't last forever. Well. Oh, it just goes up and down. Okay. Oh, there's a chest. But, huh. Nothing over here, it looks like. Ooh. I love tunnels like this. It's so cool. Whoa. What is this?
Thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Huh. Yeah, there's stuff down below. I could break through that. There's a big gear mechanism we probably have to rotate. Because this looks like the stuff from the minigame that we've done. So this... that looks less like a gear and more like a digging head. I don't know. Oh, not allowed that way, apparently. Whoa! Let's not get myself stuck. But I mean, it's obvious what we have to do down here. Give me your power. Is there anything else down here? Another one of these. Another door there, or at least what looks like a door. But most importantly, a breakable wall. And that statue again. Wait, this one doesn't have a sword. It has an image of a sword on the inside. It's holding a cup. like a vase. Oh. Is this gonna change the water level? Yep. We flood the chamber. Okay.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Some friends.
Don't be scared. Witness the power of Gugwa.
God damn it, I missed. Yeah, there's more.
My guiding stars. Stars, shine for me.
No, my sword! Ring cutter! Get with me! I'll settle this! Crush!
More? Nope. And possibly raising the water some more? Oh, and there's a barrier behind it.
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
Interesting that we can just go in this room and it's not fully flooded. Can we go there? No. What do you mean it's too shallow to dive? Stopped moving. Huh? Oh, I guess just down in here. Pretty place. I love how they stopped putting actual doors of resurrection. Like, this is a revive point, but the actual, like, 3D object is gone. I kind of wonder if it's hidden behind a wall or something. But it definitely looks nicer not having these random magic portals in every dungeon. More mechs. Okay. Place is cool looking. I don't see anything crazy lore-wise other than the statue. The statue with the sword that's really reminiscent of the Archon statue. Let me look up a picture of the Archon statue. Yeah, it's literally the Archon sword. That is literally the Archon's original sword that was shown. So are these people that view themselves as the rightful heirs to the country or something? Or do they just not agree with the current Archon? Hi friends, you wanna fight? Guess so.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me weave you a
Beg for mercy. Flood of frost. Eye for an eye.
Okay, for some reason my skill wouldn't go off for a second there. Oh, you guys are not gonna last. Well, down they go. But yeah, that statue is everywhere. And the fact that this is going so far underground makes you wonder if the Abyss is involved. Whoa. That's water. That's moving. That isn't frozen. That isn't ice. Is this supposed to be like remains of the Hydro Archon or something? Or something they left behind? What is that?
We made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
If I'm not mistaken, he's being charged by Navi as we speak.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia. What's all this? Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
There's a name, too.
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
They probably belong to the victims.
Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here? And then they were turned into water.
They might be up ahead of us, Paimon.
All the boxes of things. These names. That means... Oh, this is terrible.
You've discovered objects within the containers labeled with the names of those who own them within the depths of the HQ. The names here must have something to do with the victims in the serial disappearances case. This might be proof that this was their final stop. I mean, I don't know if we knew for sure that this was going to be, like, their final destination, so to speak. But we knew we were looking for something down here and would probably find it.
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes.
Fucking Paimon.
Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him.
Probably related to his and Jacques' case.
Yep. It's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right?
Anything else?
We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
They planned this well in advance.
They're all just so evil.
They're greedy. Clues concerning Callus' case that were found inside the bookshelf. The mastermind did not believe Jox would do the deed, thus sent a third party to ensure Callus' death. The content that followed also defined the culprit's motive to some extent. I'm assuming that was literally this bookshelf, even though there's a bunch of potions on it. Oh, this is the one that weirds me out the most. It has to be them, right? Or what the primordial water is.
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here.
Important looking. That must be the water from the primordial sea.
That means this is where they make all the synth. And that special water is the main ingredient. If you
You already knew that, Paimon.
water, you'll get synth. But the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
Fucking Paimon. Where's your mask? Where's your glasses? Pool found within the HQ is filled with water of the primordial sea. The mastermind can use this to create synth and directly use it to dissolve people. That is a lot. That is a lot of the water. And also, it's kind of crazy looking that it does that. I feel like that letter is probably going to be the most important thing here. And this is probably a bunch of either synth or... Oh, yeah.
So much synth here. And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea.
There's so many.
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink. Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa, there's even fruit-flavored synth?
Well, it definitely proves that this is where they produce synth.
Yep, it's super obvious.
Popular potion circulating quite widely. It gives the drinker a very pleasant experience for a short time, but its side effects are equally strong. The producer uses these special characteristics to earn a massive profit from its trade. It depends on how the waters of the primordial sea are made. If they're literally taking the girls and throwing them into this, basically, then it's very likely that this is a limited supply and that people turn into waters of the primordial sea. Because we already know people that turn into, like people that are affected by the waters, it seems they become lockfolk, right? They become oceanids. This could just be how oceanids reproduce, how they're born. But they're weaponizing it because they found it out. Okay, let's look at the letter. Or maybe it's an experiment
What's this over
thing.
here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough.
Jacob Ingold.
The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Oh, Paimon. Calm down, Paimon.
Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up.
How could someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared scared to keep going.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Vashey's the one doing this, isn't he? Vashey and Vignier must have found the water. She drank some of it and dissolved. And he's been experimenting on people to try and find a way to get her back. That's what it sounds like. All of the researchers to save his lover, a woman called Vignier, who was dissolved.
So that's why he did all of these experiments. But did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
Another name here. Vashey.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness
No.
in the serial disappearances case.
No, he's the researcher. Yeah.
You mean Vashey
I said
is
it.
the one who did all of these?
That Oceanid we talked to was the first person. All the other ones were probably brought here and dissolved here. So they wouldn't have come back to the flow of water in Fontaine, assuming they're in that pool. The voice I heard at the fountain was probably Vignier.
So that's it. Vashey was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either. If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
They were adventurers. They took a risk. There must be more to this than meets the eye.
In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Vashey's experimental record. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and uses theories as foundation to achieve breakthrough. Experiment was a failure. No individual... Okay, yeah, just repeats what Paimon read.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. But...
Really is Vashey.
yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Clever, but maybe not clever enough. Let's look again.
Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
A lot of the same stuff is still blinking, so we're looking for something new. Is there anything behind that? Are we able to go this way? Doesn't look like we're intended to. I still think the most suspicious thing is this pool. Full of water of the primordial sea, countless sins were born of it. Nothing else here seems particularly noteworthy. Yeah. He most likely changed his name. Oh wait, we have the investigative mode thing. I haven't been using it. Besides the investigation reports, there are also a lot of research materials here. Seems their experiments have been going on for a very long time. There's nothing here on Vashey's true identity. According to the records, Vashey didn't know care how many victims he had to dissolve in his quest to bring his lover back to life. There's nothing here on Vashey's true identity. Bottles full of synth and water of the primordial sea. These can be used as evidence to prove what this place was used for. Nothing else here seems particularly noteworthy. It's probably going to be in the belongings. I mean, that's the only thing left, isn't it?
You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure.
After some time.
Ugh, nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
Paimon, any snacks here are probably long rotted. Paimon, I found it.
Oh, really? Let Paimon see. Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw, it's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too. Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now.
Take a look at this page. She made a list of baby names. God damn it, I want to know what the names are. And I don't know if it'll actually tell me. One sec. Genshin languages. Let me pull up the scripts. I want to be able to read these. Which script is this, too? Is this a new one? Is it in common? I don't recognize some of these symbols. Oh, wait. No. There's a dot on the right. It doesn't look like the Vought common script. Oh! Someone find... Okay, there is a Fontaine script. Okay. So... I'll leave that one to last. Let's see what the other ones are. I'll leave the circled one last, because that's probably going to be a very important name. But that top left one... Eight... rounded left side. Kuno, it looks like. Kuno for this one. Tomeo, I think, in the top right. Could be wrong, but I think it's Tomeo. Trying to figure these out is hard. Just going back and forth looking at the different things. Two lines on the left. I don't see this symbol here, so this might be one that people aren't sure what it is yet. Huh. Could it be a J? Uh... Oh, unless it's supposed to be an A. Which would make this possibly Ento... I don't know. Doesn't look like Anthony, but I don't know, or Antonio or anything. I don't know. Okay, this is taking too long, so I'm just gonna look at this last one. It's probably gonna tell me it, but it's fun to figure this shit out. M. M-A. I mean, I could probably guess the letters. Marcel. Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed the name could have possibly been Marcel? Who knew? Sounds familiar. I wonder where I've heard the name Marcel before.
So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them? The final name she decided on was... Marcel.
That's not how she spelt it, by the way. She spelt it with 2 L's and an E at the end. But, close enough. Interesting that the English translation got it wrong.
Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vacher and Venier's grown son?
Figured it out. Let's go, Paimon. No. He took the name.
Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
Sorry, Paimon. We're in a hurry. Notebook belonging to a lady named Vignier. She records many stories on her time with her lover, Vacher. On one of these pages, she prepared many names for the future child, and the name she settled on, in the end, was Marcel. Obtaining the final piece of key evidence, you race back to the opera case.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
Sorry, Nouvellette. I'll give you a hug later, maybe. This poor guy.
Nouvellette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
So you've never heard of Vacher? Which evidence reveals the true identity of Vacher, the diary?
But the truth of it, Marcel,
Hey,
is
voice.
that you've always been Vacher.
A voice.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything! After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you! You even created Marcel as a new identity, and destroyed all records of your past as Vacher!
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
I'm still curious about that building. That building must have been there for longer than he was there, right? But why was there a bunch of statues of someone that is clearly not the Archon holding the Archon sword?
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes?
No offense, because it's a cool moment. I don't think the voice actor of Marcel did a very good job of demonstrating his anger at this moment. We've had some really crazily well voice acted scenes in this game, so maybe I'm getting picky. But this almost feels like a play.
No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vignier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever.
You not gonna ask us how we knew your name?
You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Vignier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved, no matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go, I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back?
This dumbass literally just kept a bottle of the most incriminating evidence on himself? The fuck?
I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Be very careful about that.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me. I still need to save Vignier. Our promise. We made a promise.
Can we please tell him now that she said to stop looking for him?
Vignier! Please, Vignier! Don't think
Oh wait, he just drank the water. Will he be able to hear her voice? We're close to the fountain in this building. Will he hear her?
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer
They
have
pronounce his
any
name
basis.
wrong! It's Tartaglia! God damn it!
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case.
Huh, I didn't think we'd solve this case in the first two acts.
The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignier. During an underwater expedition, Vignier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court.
I'm still shocked that we're actually getting to the end of this, so where is this gonna go for the next few patches? I mean, obviously we still have to talk to the Archon, and she seems to have had a bit of a change of heart, so maybe she'll be more willing to talk to us. And we still don't know what the water of the Primordial Sea is.
Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is...
Is it gonna say he's innocent?
Guilty.
Oh, guilty. Okay. It'd be really creepy if it said he was innocent, but... Yeah? I don't understand why he had a bottle of this stuff on him. Like... He literally came to court with a bottle of the stuff. I don't know if maybe he used it as a weapon for self-defense or something, you know, dissolve someone that tries to attack you.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
Please make sure that he doesn't have any more water on him.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
Except the method of it is now revealed, so it could technically still happen.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice!
Yeah, I don't know about it being over.
He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's
Especially
getting what he deserves.
an adventurer completely erasing their own existence and taking on a new identity. You can't do that alone.
Huh? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending.
Oh boy. Tartaglia, are you gonna ruin this?
Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide.
I still want to know who did the
Still got some
accusation.
business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Ugh, what now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case.
I'm expecting something to happen, but we'll see.
The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges.
Who charged him?
We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
Excuse me, Mr. Robot?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But then can you trust it?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
We talked about it before that we didn't know what manner of abyss Talia went to, and his vision is Hydro. Maybe it's possible it was the Primordial Sea that he got lost in? Was he lost in it and somehow survived it or something? We don't even know what the Primordial Sea is. What is going on here?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict.
But you should have more power to fix them.
Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
Oh boy.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke.
I remember this. This was in the trailer.
Well, I've got mine too!
Electro blades. Oh hey, it actually shows his debuff marker. That's interesting. Oh, is she a little better at fighting than we thought? Excuse me?
I am sorry.
Oh, no, he stopped.
If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Oh, how strong is this fucker? What the fuck? Okay, if it was the Archon, I would have understood, but what? I mean, I've said it before. I think he's the dragon.
What's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Holy crap. Yeah, pretty much, Jim. Holy crap. Like, we know Tartaglia is supposed to be really strong. This man literally just jumped down and KO'd Tartaglia in an instant. And it looked like Farina was about to do something too. But hello. Holy shit.
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the
I
final.
really want to know more about him. I can't wait till next patch. One lone judge versus one battle-hungry guy. I mean, can't even say judge, right? Like, there's been so many flags at this point. Again, I've said it. He's got to be the dragon, right? We had the one scene where it should have made him cry. He should have felt bad about what happened. And suddenly it starts raining in Fontaine. And at the beginning of the story, we were told that when the dragon of Fontaine cries, the skies start to pour. Like, I get it, but it's still crazy.
All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Even the Chief Justice doesn't know, then we have no choice but to ask the Archon herself.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it!
Yeah, but you made the thing.
I don't know what happened there either! Hey, stop staring at me!
Or Farina. This is 2 cases in a row that's given her some bad attention. She's not used to it.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Did she?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens.
Oh, hey, there's a
Did you really think we'd allow
there's a sightseeing spot down there now.
to be handed
I
out
wasn't there
in this
before.
court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap? Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided
Oh my
by
god.
the Oratrice's
Stop
results.
acting! Please, just... she wants to look good in the people's eyes so badly.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
Yeah, she's just acting.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement.
Yeah, Sindaric Theater Kid. A good description of her. We need to slap some sense into this kid.
And, of course, for every performance, there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the Oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment! If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been
Oh, you're
blinded
digging
by
yourself
the
a grave,
superficial
Farina.
appearance of innocence.
Your power is based on belief. If you make people not believe in you, you're gonna lose it. With her heterochromia, it could. We know that pneumosia is a form of unstable power that they use here, but they didn't tell us much about it. And we know, based on things that some of the Lock folk have said, that there are tainted waters in Fontaine. So it could be that something changed in Fontaine, something is corrupting it, and that could be why one of her eyes is dark. Maybe something is corrupting her.
Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable. All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict.
Maybe the previous Archon? No. As far as we know, the previous Archon had no interest in this kind of stuff. It must have been related to her. The previous Archon, from what we know, wanted to connect the world. She was obsessed with communicating with the world and peace. It's part of why the Lockfolk, the Oceanids, fled. Most of them fled Fontaine after Farina came into power, because they hate Farina. Which, I mean, as the familiars of the Hydro Archon, that's gotta mess with her head, too.
Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Way to pull the rug out from under her.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now.
Well, all those red flags happened. He's not dead, but we knew something bad was gonna happen to him.
After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Tragedy repeats itself.
Oh, Monsieur Neuvillette! That power you showed when you took him down. Who are you really?
I love how it's so obvious if you pay attention to the clues, but just in case people aren't paying attention, they're throwing in the hints that he isn't a normal person to try and get people thinking. But I said it before, right? Generally, when it comes to characters, the glowing aspects and stuff like that on a character is something that's usually reserved for Archons or other higher beings. He is not human. That is obvious. But they just shove it in your face.
I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course. If officers of the law lack the strength and capability to enforce it, then it makes a mockery of justice.
Sure. I don't believe that bullshit for a second, but is the sightseeing spot still around? I thought it was in the middle, so it might not be here. I might have to leave and come back, because this might be a quest version. I never actually realized how tall this place was, but she was up there, right? Or, I don't know. Yeah, she would have been up there. Oh, there's the spot. I see it. Okay. Might not let me get it. Emma Farina? I would assume it's a weird agreement between the two of them. Especially if he is actually the... If he is actually the water dragon, right? We know most of the dragons hate the Archons for taking the world. If they had some sort of agreement to share the country...
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Fuck.
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to...
Did he finally realize... Wait, how did they know that name? Did he finally realize it?
Go on.
It's like, I'm gonna crush your skull if you say anything, if you do anything wrong.
Thank you. Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vache?
Your wife.
I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Yes, I've met her.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it?
Something to do with my sensitivity to the hydro
Fountain of
element.
Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs?
Okay, and again, as if it wasn't shoved in our face enough, man literally makes it obvious he's not a human.
Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Before I bring him there, I'm gonna go grab that sightseeing spot now that it's there. Oratrice mécanique d'Annelise Cardinal. It is going to be so fun hearing different voice actors try to pronounce that. I'm curious to see if this guy is going to try splashing some of the water. If he still has any on him. I don't think it'll have much of an effect on Nouvelle. If anything, I feel like if anyone knows what the Primordial Sea is, it would be Nouvelle. Copy-paste what everything means? Oh my gosh. I'm Canadian, so I grew up surrounded by a little bit of French all the time, so I'm used to it. But it's just been... Yes, the pirate city is literally fish. It's just poisson. Yeah, that one's probably the funniest one. I've been laughing ever since I saw that.
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work? Alright then, I'll teach...
What? I've just been pronouncing it Riafesli. I don't know if it's actually a French name. It doesn't look like a French name to me. Back then I drank water from this primordial sea. It heightened my sensitivity to the hydro element.
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Vache.
Yeah. I called it that he'd be able to hear her. He drank it.
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Vinier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache?
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vinier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, wait!
Is he gonna just jump in the fountain?
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
I mean, it's probably... Like, it could be that he has, he could have, like, French family or something, who knows? Or maybe his family's from Snezhnaya but went there when he was born. But that is true. Vache is a French name. Like, the Marcel makes sense because that was a name that his girlfriend chose. I still find it funny they spelt it wrong. But yeah, I don't know.
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day.
Whoa. Whoa, that took a dark turn.
If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks.
Oh no, is this all of the girls? Is this not just her? This all of them?
It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
You... Wait, you are not Vinier. Who are you?
All of them.
You're right. I am not Vinier. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea.
Ironically, him trying to save her basically got rid of her. Each one deluding her more and more, getting rid of more of her.
I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vinier.
Why? But then, where is Vinier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you.
Oh wow, so that part of her is literally avoiding him, knowing that he's here.
This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vigniere's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vigniere's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
Wow. Wow. Looks like I didn't meet Vignier back then either. They must have wanted me to lure Marcel here from the very beginning.
No! Yeah! She can't hate me. Let me see her, please! Have mercy!
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vigniere. She really doesn't want to see you anymore.
I'm gonna say, we did talk to Vignier.
But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Huh?
Vache. Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Later, the guards find that the culprit of the serial disappearances of young woman case, Marcel, appeared to have lost his soul. However, the final report of physicians... Damn it, I didn't see that. I missed the last word of that. Last little bit. He died from massive fright. Damn.
Time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Yeah. And got his soul sucked out? Eh? I mean, we're talking about the Hydro Archon and the familiars of water, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if the Oceanids are also supposed to represent something like sirens. So it makes sense. Shopping is stressful in its own way, though.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Was she the Phantom of the Opera? She may have been. That's pretty good.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
Can we go hug the dragon now, please? We all know what it means if the sky is raining.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
The Oceanid now? Yeah, that too. It's like a hive mind of all these victims. I feel like it has to stay in the story in some way, right? We have to be interacting with it again.
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's good.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago.
Things turned out as well as they could have. Kinda.
Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Fair.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Oh, come on, Paimon. You don't have to go through the whole title.
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since.
Yeah, I feel like anyone who doesn't know her is not paying attention. Because she is trying to know everyone.
She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Woot!
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vachey's headquarters, Clarand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time, so we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
And the ship grows.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarand wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness.
Oh my gosh, Jim.
Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Can I come too?
We want to go too! We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Recent weather. So it's been like this for days. Oh. I mean, I can't blame him. Imagine knowing there was something wrong with the case, letting someone basically march to their own death, and then 3 years later finding out that the man was completely innocent and framed, and you let him march to that death. Especially after Navia's speech to him. Neuvillette must be quite a bit upset.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
Raining non-stop for a few days.
Huh. This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
Huh? There's someone there already.
Neuvillette. It has to be Neuvillette.
It can't. Isn't that Neuvillette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
He didn't. But the fact of the matter is, Neuvillette is basically the most powerful person in this country, in terms of their justice system. He's literally pretty much the most powerful person in this country. And so anytime something wrong happens with the justice system, he's gonna blame himself. Whether he should or not doesn't matter. He's going to do it. Especially knowing that he's not human. He's probably lived way longer than these people. And if he's been living alongside them for a long time, he must be growing attached.
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown, but still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Neuvillette. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway?
Yeah. Questioning himself.
There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner.
See? Told you. He blames himself for all of this, for everything to do with the justice system. Because it's his justice system in the end. Even if the Archon made the machine, still his system that he is the head of.
This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days.
Yeah, I could tell. Your tears have been soaking the countryside.
The high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Sakudere. Man's just a very old dragon that doesn't know how to interact with people.
Ah, so Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not
Or
disturb them for now.
I'm
Let's
assuming
talk
he's
after they're
he's got.
done.
It must be that he pulled some sort of like Zhongli type thing. You also pay your respect. Yeah. He's made peace.
Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
It's interesting that we can kind of tell his mood just by looking at the sky. That he's kind of found peace. All this. We're not usually supposed to fly around someone's grave.
Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly.
It's called walking, Paimon.
Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be
Oh, I love the relationship. Like it's a terrible day to rain meme, except it's true for him. I don't even know if his body can physically cry. Like we've heard that if the dragon cries, if he gets upset, that the sky pours rain. Like literally, if he gets upset, it rains. He has the best alibi for feeling sad. It's just true. She took it seriously.
Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit?
Oh, is this the question period?
We can at least talk to him, right?
Is this the end of the quest, and then we're gonna get questions with Neuvillette? Before I do.
Paimon's really sorry, Navia, but Paimon did something pretty disrespectful just now.
What are you saying, Paimon? I don't think I get it.
Well, aren't you not supposed to fly around someone's grave?
Huh? Who told you that?
Hey, traveler! Why did you mess with Paimon again?
Love you, Paimon. You're way too cute and innocent. Totally worth it. Howdy, Dragon Man. How you doing?
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this, since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
Of course, that's the last one. With the water from the primordial sea.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea, but what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could
It's
say
literally a
pretty much
primordial
of the
sea.
life on this
Okay.
planet.
really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vache discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Prophecy that has been circulating around
That the
Fontaine.
sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
Yeah.
That's right! It was Linny that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant, and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose.
I don't blame her.
If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
I see he doesn't answer that. Oh, Totalia.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness.
Mm-hmm. I've thought about that this whole time. I kind of made the joke when we started the Fontaine that this was like iRobot. We have this super powerful AI handing out justice. The thing has to be self-aware. It has to be intelligent.
Which is all to say, I've been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
Huh. So when Linny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama.
That is her.
While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede.
Oh, I wonder if that's what the tower is to the east, the fortress of Meripede. I never thought about that.
If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
That is not wrong, Paimon.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask
Oh,
me
come
about?
on. I want to hear his response to that. God damn it. Okay. Our sibling probably came through here, so... Was Neuvillette around 500 years ago?
Your sibling? Another blonde-haired traveler? I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Another thing gonna show up? No. No more questions.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you.
I wonder if he's saying that he doesn't remember because he's assuming we mean someone more recent.
It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memornia.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right, you've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Stopped a while ago, Paimon. You got some closure. Light rain falls without reason, my ass. I just realized how silly that name was. Don't get me wrong, I liked some parts of Sumeru. I liked some of those, but... No, I can get C2. I already have C1. It's kind of sad because I don't know how much I'll actually use the main character. Like, their kit isn't horrible, but there's... Like, characters like Yelan and Xingqiu do what they do better, right? Their skill is primarily a tool for them to build up energy. And then you use their ult to do hydro application. But the ult is so small that it's not like you're applying that much anyway. And it moves, so I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I have heard rumors because their skill drops the, what are they called? The dewdrops? I haven't gotten mine yet. Hey, I'm glad you enjoy it. Hope it helps. I've been trying to build her a little bit more as I can, and I'm trying to build my supports for her, but that doesn't help others. But yeah, I'm trying to get her maxed out. Yeah. Oh, I get more than 2k credits every day. You're not the only one using them. It's kind of sad, because I used to have Himiko there, and early on, a lot of people borrowed Himiko, but I guess as time goes on, more people are getting the standard units. And so my Himiko got used less and less and less over time. And then I switched to Kafka because I built her day one, and I've been getting so much credits ever since. But yeah, I've heard that the dewdrops that the Traveler drops with their skill is also something Neuvillette might interact with. So it might be possible for the Traveler to work well with Neuvillette. I haven't actually read any leaks or anything, I just heard a rumor that Neuvillette also drops dewdrops and it has something to do with his charge attack. So maybe the Traveler could help min-max Neuvillette in some way. But I don't know. Interesting that he's not here anymore, because usually they stay. Also, what the hell? There's literally just 2 chests here. I explored this island yesterday. I was here yesterday. Whatever. Hi, friends.
The night is cold.
Actually, why am I using Hydro? Doesn't work with you. Oh, you're one of those. You need a little more work. Water!
More speed.
I do need more of that water, so... Need it. Raiden could call me. Gratuitous paper finger gun. I have seen a lot of people say that Raiden with Hydro MC would probably be a good combo, just because, again, how Raiden's skill works. It's basically a ranged taser. But, yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I'm kind of disappointed about it. I really wanted the Traveler to be good, and it's looking like Dendro Traveler is still the best one.
More speed. I can put these to good use.
But... Oh, and we get a pull. I forgot about that. I mean, we can test it. There's no enemies here for me to worry about. Oops.
There's still a long
Oh, actually, I need energy, don't I? Cho, I need to find some enemies for you to smack.
Body and mind.
Oh, there's a chest over there. Perfect. Please be combat related. There's robots. Hi, friends. I need you to charge my ult.
Our bond is strong.
Water gun! How? It's so useless.
No, my sword.
Oh, can only the Traveler pick them up? Okay, that's good to know. How much energy did that get? Most of the way. Oh, I didn't get a shield! I didn't get a shield! Ah! Traveler, get these. You get energy from those. Okay, almost. There we go. That should charge it. There we go. Okay, and it's an elemental thing. But, let's see. How slow does it travel? It still moves relatively fast. I don't know. Like... Does it slow down while hitting enemies? Does it say anything about that? Because if it does, then that's fine. I haven't actually used it in combat. It doesn't say anything. Oh yeah, I know you can trigger... I know you could trigger that with the skill, at least the dark ones. Is there... I mean, you know what? Let's just be lazy. Wait, let's do this first. Let's trigger that. And then we switch. We get the cat.
Time for afternoon tea.
And then we go whoosh. Ah, it spawned enemies. Fuck. You know what? I should be able to do it. Whatever.
Don't be scared.
Let me weave you a verse. Huh? Stand with me. Surprise!
Yeah, my supports are strong enough. She can handle it. I did level the cat. If it was the Traveler, I might be in trouble. Oh. No. Where are we going? Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah. But yeah, she's kind of built, so she works out. Not the best as a DPS right now, because I have no I have no constellations on her yet, but let's claim these. Yeah, I've been slowly building her and working on her. The weapon looks so cool on her. I love the effect that Osea and Numa characters get. So if you didn't see it, all of the weapons do this. All the crafted weapons have like a gem like this. Yeah, it's the crafted weapon. All the crafted weapons have this kind of effect on a Numosia character. So like if I was to go to the Traveler and get them to try it on, it has a rainbow effect. I'm blind. There. You can see there's like a light energy coming off of it, and there's a rainbow on it instead of like this spooky darkness. I think the book just has the teardrop gem on the cover of the book and stuff like that, but they should all have this same effect on newer characters that have an alignment. On the 5-star Skyward Sword, that's fair. It's probably higher damage. The thing is, for her, this works into her kit. Because this gives a 25% bond of life, and her skill recovers 25%. So she can trigger this just by using her skill. So the weapon, I'm pretty sure this weapon was basically designed for her. It just makes sense. But yeah, the 5-star is probably better. I just don't have a 5-star to give her, because this isn't going to work, because she's not a physical DPS. But let me fix my team.
Ready for reconnaissance.
I'm gonna have a bunch of stuff to do now. I'm pretty sure I can unlock... Yeah, it's marked there. I can go to the Steam Bird to unlock the... to unlock doing... What are they called again? Bounties and stuff? For both Rio Thessaly and Farina? You're crazy, but good luck. But, crap. Brain fart. Oh, I wanted to check. Can I set... I cannot set it yet. Do I have to go talk to Catherine? Do we get a cutscene with Catherine now? It's Catherine again. This one must be a puppet too. Perhaps. Something I can help you with? Are you looking to take on a commission or send one out? Take a look. I see. If you run into any guild-related issues, you can come and ask me. I'll provide the utmost service for you and answer all answerable questions. Then we thank you for your contribution to the guild, adventurer. We wish you smooth travels. There we go. Unlocked. Okay. Give me Fontaine dailies. From now on. Already done them for today, but starting tomorrow we can get that. And you're at 58 pity? Ooh, well good luck. I am pulling for Liney, thinking of, how much am I at now? Actually, let's check. I have one pull. Oh no, I have 2 pulls, because I have this. I could, in theory, go grab extra try to get extra pulls, but I don't think it'll take a small amount of time. But where are we on the map? I could just run there. Time to use them. I have standard summons. Now I'm holding on to the standard summons until next patch because I want more chances to get more Lynette constellations. Because if I pull Linny, I'm stopping. And I would love to build a team with Lynette as a DPS, but in order for her to properly be a DPS, she needs C6. She's similar to Noelle in that regard.
More speed.
She needs that infusion, so I'm just gonna hope for the best. But clearly the best place to pull, right? Totally not weird that I know where his house is. But 2 pulls. We'll see. We'll hope for the best. I think I'm at like 60 something, so not anywhere near soft pity even, but meh. Who'd you burn all your pulls for? I was trying to get Wanderer. Honestly, it's been a lot of different characters. Wanderer was one I tried to get. But I also... What really burned all my pulls was Yai. I almost hit pity twice for Yai. I didn't hit pity twice, but I almost did. But did finally get Yai, and I had like nothing, and then I saved until Wanderer's Banner. And I tried to get Wanderer, failed, so I'm on guarantee, because I failed to get Wanderer. But I'm gonna pull on this, trying to get Lynette dupes. If I get Linny before his banner goes away, yay, I have a fun new DPS. I do enjoy his gameplay. If I don't get him, then I'll probably save for a character next patch. I don't know who. I think Rio Thessley would be fun. As far as I know, he punchy boy. He's gonna punch like crazy. That seems fun. Neuvillette has me intrigued because of the story. But obviously I really want Farina. So we'll see what happens. But 2 pulls. Oh, purple right away. Cat. That's not a cat. But the curse has come. I finally have C6 Benny. It's finally here. I'm probably gonna claim C6 Benny. I'm the type of person, I love meme teams. I might build a Benny meme team. Maybe I'll build Benny and Kaya. Go for Kaya main DPS. We'll see. But chances are pretty low. But we'll see. Second pull. Nothing. Oh yeah, I mean it's a new region. There's still tons of crystals. There's a very good chance I'm still gonna get him. I mean there's 2 weeks. I did that before stream. I was hanging out in Discord a little bit before stream and I did my farming. I'm trying to get better gear for Luca and Sampo. Because both of them have shit gear right now. And they're kind of important for Kafka's damage. But here we go, Benny. Here we go. We're gonna do the thing that gives some people nightmares. Here you go, Benny. You're being quote-unquote ruined by most people's standards. You now infuse melee characters with fire. You can't be used with Eula. It's heartbreaking. How am I ever gonna make a Eula team without Benny? How am I ever gonna make a Eula team without Benny? Imagine. Eula's ruined. Honestly, that's the main reason I don't care, because the only character that affects is Eula, and I have a perfectly good team already. And honestly, I think Pyro's a bad idea in a Eula team anyway.
Heritage. But the Knights had enough sense to do away with all the superfluous details.
Basically any phys comp, yeah. I mean, the only proper physical carries right now are Eula or Xinyan. And Xinyan's a little clunky to use. She works. She was my main DPS for a few months when I started the game. But it's a little clunky. Pyro doesn't work so well with physical. I mean, I guess Razor's like 50% physical, 50% electro. I don't really consider him physical, but I guess he kind of falls under that too. And I guess Machine Gun Fischl technically can also be one for people who want to put in the muscle memory of the animation canceling. But, I don't know. I still say my favorite physical DPS, though, is the memeiest. And I don't care what people think. I could delete all content with Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi is still the funniest physical DPS, and she works really well. Oh yeah, that's true. Fish would still work because she's ranged. So she doesn't matter for that. But yeah, Chi-Chi is still my favorite, like, physical DPS. Just, she's immortal. She's freaking immortal when used as a physical DPS. She's not going to replace Eula in terms of strength, but she's still good. She heals... That's kind of funny, actually. That is true, that is one of the few things in the game that could still do damage underwater. That's actually really funny. I have used Dea quite a bit underwater, just because she's tanky. You can keep Raiden's E up while underwater? That's true, so long as you find somewhere to use it. Sounds like a terrible idea. You might hurt yourself. Actually, I don't know. Does the electrical field stay underwater? Or does that only work on the surface? Because I feel like, just coming from a game dev and programming standpoint, I feel like the electric effect is specifically programmed for the surface of the water, not underwater. No, not Hydro. We're talking about, Raiden's E. So that it wouldn't, like, shock you by leaving a cloud of electricity. I don't know if it would or not. It might. But, yeah. But, yeah. But thank you guys for hanging out and watching. I really enjoyed that story. Again, I said it before. Sumeru was good. I liked the Samsara. I liked some of the other stuff in Sumeru. Sumeru was paced horribly. I think most of the story has been paced horribly, except for maybe Liyue. But Fontaine has been paced insanely well. The story is written really well. It's written to the point where I can predict what's going to happen accurately because they're giving us the clues before we get there. Which is incredibly good writing. Right? It's like the story here is like a mystery novel. And if you pay enough attention, you can solve it before the game tells you the answer. And I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm excited to see what else happens. There's a lot of things I want to see. Yeah, I'm loving the feel. I've seen some people complain about it, about the whole court minigame and stuff, but I love it. I've been loving every part of this. I'm curious to see what's going to happen when we finally get a chance to speak with Farina. I'm curious what's happening with Neuvillette. It's, again, it has been shoved in our face that he is not human. And we've already heard stories about the dragon. He has to be the dragon. And I'm curious to learn more. I wonder if we're going to find that out before the end of the Archon story here. Or if that's going to be some, like, post-story stuff. But because there's already been, you know, the teasers, we know Neuvillette is coming next patch. Most likely we'll get answers next patch, which is exciting. But, yeah. This has been really good. I kind of wish they'd go back and touch up some of the older areas, because I feel like a lot of people will complain about Genshin's storytelling, but I feel like most of them would be silenced if they came to Fontaine. Fontaine is really good.
But the Knights had enough sense to do away with all the superfluous detail.
But we'll see what happens over time. Is that supposed to be a reflection of the flowers right there? Or is there flowers behind me? Oh, there is more flowers over there. That's probably a reflection of the flowers over there. That's cool. But yeah, I'm really hoping we go to the research center. I'm assuming that's the big cubes in the sky, the big hydro cubes. I've heard it described similarly, so... Apparently, I think I saw in part of the story, I think it was a side quest, that the research facility was thinking of opening themselves up to tourists because it looks so strange that they think they can make some funding from it. So maybe there'll be a side quest, or maybe it'll be part of the main story that we go there as tourists and then something happens. I don't know.
Aristocratic etiquette
But
is all just for show.
We'll
Just
see.
smile
There's
and
still a
bow
bunch of world
along.
quests.
I
I've
was forced
started
to
a
learn
bunch of
all
them
the
and gone
rules by heart,
halfway.
but even I
I'm
have taken them
halfway through
seriously.
the quest of the Melusines underground, which seems really interesting. There seems to be some strange abyssal stuff going on down there. The Narcissus, is that what it's called? I can't remember. But it's the thing that's up here. There's like a bunch of cubes floating in the air. I mean, heck, can I see it from here? Probably not, because we're too far down. Maybe if I teleport up. That. That thing. I'm fairly certain that's their research facility, which we heard back in Sumeru that because of an accident from some researcher, 75% of the place is blown up, which is why it looks like it's in ruins. So I'm really curious to go there. There's also the tower, that tower over there. I'm wondering if that's their prison, but we don't know what it is yet. But we'll see. Curious. They did a damn good job with this region. I'll probably still do random exploration streams, especially now that I've got dailies unlocked here. Maybe do some of the side quests. But at least now the bulk of the main stuff is done. Do we have any new character stories actually this patch? Do we have Liney's? That might be something I do next week. I have a lot of these to do, by the way. So maybe I'll catch up on these at some point. We do have Liney's though. Or Linny's, sorry. I keep pronouncing it wrong. I have a lot of these to do. I gotta catch up, so... Oh, I can claim this. They want a guilty verdict, they gotta pay. Oh my gosh. Telling me? Oh, Steambird, right. I'll navigate it. I'll do that off stream. That's just to unlock bounties, so I'll do that. But yeah. Again, thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed this story and my random theory crafting as we went through it. Probably... Let's see. Tuesday, I believe, is the next part of the Honkai event. Monday, it depends on how I feel. I think we might be raiding Monday night. I might do an old Honkai event on Monday. I might go through a video and watch it with you guys on stream. The old event that had Luna Kindred, the vampire Teresa in it, that has become relevant to the new Captainverse story, so I kind of want to figure out what the hell happened back then, because I have no clue. They have not rerun it, so I'm gonna have to go back and see. But there's those. I still have to continue the Hildebrand stuff in Final Fantasy.
You want to learn some
I think
Favonius
there's a
blade
new
work?
update for PGR coming, but
Alright
I
then,
I have
I'll
a lot of
teach you.
story to catch up on PGR as it
yes,
is.
I'll teach
I won't
you
be doing the new
alright.
stuff right
Mark
away.
my words.
But we'll see. There's still so much stuff happening over the next few weeks. August is busy. But yeah, you have a good evening or good morning, whatever time it is for everyone here. Or I go find someone to raid. And chat's my socials, my Twitter and Discord. That's where I announce my streams, hang out, chat with people. Love to see some more people in there. I'll probably be joining my Discord in a short bit after ending stream. I do also have my YouTube and TikTok. I'm going to be uploading, well, I've already uploaded most of the streams from this week to the VODs channel. I just need to come up with some thumbnails and make them public. So expect a lot of the videos from this week to start showing up on the YouTube VODs channel this weekend. I'm gotta try getting some of the proper edited videos on the main channel. It's just a lot of extra work when there's so much going on, but I'll get to it. If you want to see old streams, I have been trying to keep up with VODs, and I'll start adding some older ones if I can. But, let's see who all is streaming right now.
Is all just for show. Just smile and nod along. I was forced
Wow,
to
there's a
learn
lot of
all
people
the
streaming
rules
right
by
now,
heart,
Jesus.
But even I don't take them that seriously.
Ooh. You know what? Thinking of this Archon quest, are they still in the middle of it? Been streaming for an hour and a half. There is no way that they are done it. So let's see. I'm gonna raid someone. A lot of people here may know. I've raided them before, and if you are big into Honkai or Genshin, you've probably seen them. They're a relatively big lore streamer for the games. I'm gonna raid Nor. Nor is currently doing the same Archon quest that we just did today. Oh boy, Twitch. Why don't I see a raid? Twitch. Twitch.
Knights and aristocrats share the
Uh-oh.
same cultural heritage.
Why is
but
this
the
not
Knights had
working?
enough sense to do away with all the superfluous details.
I don't know if you guys see a raid thing pop up or not. I can't see it. It does not appear to be working. Oh boy. Twitch, why are you like this? I'm trying to see if I can spot those. For all I know, it might suddenly go into a raid and give me no notice. Twitch has done that before with the system breaking. Let me try again and I refresh the page. There we go! Okay. We are going to raid Nor. They are currently doing the same Archon quest. They do a lot of Honkai and stuff. They've played through the stories multiple times. They love the lore. Usually full of energy. So,
Oh yes, I'll teach you all right.
as usual, you guys don't have to follow. You don't have to talk in their chat if you don't want to. But I appreciate you coming along for the raid. Spread the hype. Get them excited. Get a few new faces in there. If you'd like to do a raid message and you have my emotes, use the fox with a heart, my love emote. Otherwise, you can just rawr. That's what I do. In chat, it's my raid message. Other than that, thank you guys again so much for watching. Love you guys.
Aristocratic etiquette is all
And I'll
just
see you
for
guys
show.
next time.
Just smile and nod
Ah.
along. I was forced to learn.